Hey folks, just gonna do a bit of audio testing here. Man, there's quite a bit of fuzz, isn't there? I'm not sure where that's coming from. I'll have to seriously sit down and re-record myself and figure out where those issues are cropping up. But my name is Coinstamp, everyone. Welcome. Welcome on in to another episode of Lies of P. I sincerely apologize for its lateness today. How are we all doing this evening? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. I want to thank people who followed yesterday. I really appreciate that. I'm going to try to be a bit better about acknowledging follows today. I don't have alerts for the follows because, generally speaking, I've done my reading, and most people really don't like that sort of thing. It tends to be a distraction, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there are tons of different reasons offered, but the follow alerts being a distraction are kind of a big part of it. So I've just kind of... Now, what's supposed to happen is there's supposed to be a text alert saying thank you for the follow. That's supposed to show up on screen. It has not done so, and I have been trying to rake my brain figuring everything out. But That's still a work in progress. Anyway, it's officially the stream time. Hey there, folks. Welcome to the Lies of P, another episode of The Lies of P, episode number 19. How are we all doing today? Hopefully well. Before we get started, I just want to quickly point out that I have not changed out the donators and the subscribers for this cycle yet. I have been working on other things, but I will get around to this for the new cycle. But I do want to thank B.R.B for their donation, as well as his donations in the past. They have been immensely helpful. And then additionally, I would still like to thank Devious Grace for their recent gift subscription to Kayak85. Thank you so very much. It means a lot. I would like to be able to come back to your stream sometime. It's just this week has not been easy on me. Anyway, before we begin, I've got a story. Or maybe more apt to say I've got some progress updates for you. Let's go ahead and get everything started. Actually, for a quick second, let's go into the recording scene so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. So I started the recording sessions for Dragon Quest XI's. I started that today. I took 7 thumbnails. And boy, does that game really make for pretty thumbnails. Modded, especially modded. I've got a bunch of stuff in the game to make it look a little bit better. I'm just missing the cutscenes, honestly. I'm missing the 4K cutscenes. Once I add those in, once I download that mod for that and get to work on the description, crediting all the mod authors for their hard work on making various aspects of Dragon Quest XI's prettier to look at, just like the original, because the Switch Dragon Quest XI's for the PC is a report of a port, and they just kept all of the Switch changes in there and didn't actually change any graphic fidelity back to the original. It is sad, but that's kind of whatever. So yeah, I just took some photos. Took 7 of them for 7 videos. I'll get to work on editing those real soon, but got to be able to work out the thumbnails. It would be really nice if there was just an in-menu option for making saves. I'm utterly baffled by just the lack of cogent means of making saves. Let's go ahead and get the correct headphones on. That would kind of be helpful, right? Now we'll switch over to the correct screen. Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. How is everyone now that you can see my face? Hello, hi. I probably don't smile up the best, but there you go. There's a smile for you. And it might take a minute for the game to load in. So sorry about that. Hopefully everybody will get to enjoy the thumbnail as you're looking at it on YouTube. And of course I will upload that thumbnail when I can. So last time we made it through Venini Works. We defeated Fuoco, King of Flames Fuoco. Then we went through the entirety of the cathedral, and we helped Cecile again.
which, as far as I'm concerned, is a reward. And then you guys got treated to soundboard spam because Gemini's little rant up the tram elevator to the cathedral was unskippable, unacceptable, yuck, gross, disgusting. But I digress. Sorry, I had a drink go down. No, actually, I swallowed my own spit. It's even worse. But I swallowed my spit the wrong way today, and my voice has been a little bit hoarse. Also, I spoke for 7 videos, so that will definitely explain part of why I'm going to be coughing a little bit more frequently today. I'm going to do my best to keep myself nourished and hydrated, but I don't expect that to go over amazingly. We made it about to the midway point and then ended up, you know, kind of having to just call things from there. The Malum district is, well, not a bad place to farm, ergo, if you really want to. Just take your time. Honestly, that bit at the tomb or the slum entrance, you're getting flamed. And then we're going to drop down and mine the corpses that are in here. There's at least one, if not more than that. But Lies of P, for those who don't know, is a Souls-like game developed and published by NeoWiz Games, and it has some assistance from Round 8 Studios. Can you actually go down this? I'd been sort of meaning to look at this. Yeah, you sure can. Oh, and we totally could have just gone this other way here. All right. Oof and a half. I don't know if I ever actually checked this out in vanilla. But yeah, it's a Souls-like game made by NeoWiz Games and Round 8 Studios. It is a dark twist on the Adventures of Pinocchio, the original 1881 book published by Carlo Lorenzini. It does what you'd expect. It is a very, very dark tale, full of intrigue and sorrow. Oh, so this is that. Everything changed after the doctor spread the blue medicine. I buried my brother. I don't even know it was my brother. Who's the doctor? Whose blue hair is it in his cane? What? Whose blue hair? Blue hair, Blair. Yes, that's an amazing tongue tie. Whose blue hair is it in his cane? I'm sorry, what? Was this supposed to be our little snippet about Gyanjo? Because Gyanjo has blue hair. I was wondering about this shortcut. You guys are going to hear me turn on and off my mic a lot today. And I do apologize for that. And the general premise of the story is that while in the Adventures of Pinocchio, you lie in order... When you lie, bad things happen to you. Bad things happened to Pinocchio. Lots of bad things happened, and lies were kind of the central part. Here, the lies are very much a central part, but you lie in order to be human. And you get the true ending by being human, by lying.
all the time, lying up and down. Whereas you'll always stay Geppetto's good little boy if you tell the truth at all times. And I am not a fan of this S-grade scumbag, especially after what he reveals himself to be at the end. Now, to be clear, Geppetto did not orchestrate world-ending events like Simon did. Simon Manus is the other main male character of this little lovely game. But Geppetto still has a lot of blood on his hands and a lot to answer for with the puppet frenzy. Like, that's his part in all this. So, Geppetto and Simon and Vanini, have we figured out that the most prominent part of the cast is a sausage fest yet? And not just any old sausage fest, but a sausage fest of middle-aged and elderly men. Give me 1 second, I do have to concentrate here. Wow. So they get mad and he does this really jumping for joy and rage attack. Got it. He was hard. He was almost quite as hard last time. I just was not expecting the jump over and over again style of attacks. If it weren't for that, I would have been fine. I would have just prepped the special grindstone and been perfectly happy. It's not a big deal. We don't need this. We've got Falcon Eyes now. Ah, that's where you're hanging from. I'm gonna leave you be. We're gonna ignore Yogi Bear to the best of our ability. But for those who don't know about the builds and stuff that I'm doing for this game, normally I'm an advanced build. I'll show my stats to prove it. My advance is 40, my capacity is 41. I would describe myself as a heavily armored status user. In a way, I think I've sort of prepped myself for the game's hard mode. That is, playing advanced builds in the first place in this game is considered a miniature hard mode. And we're using either fire, acid, or electricity in order to apply various statuses to our foes and make them suffer for fighting us. But there's a certain simplicity in being able to take a big old club with huge motivity scaling on it and a really high amount of base damage and just going unga bunga bitch, what are you gonna do about it? The answer should be absolutely nothing. Come on, come this way. Just gonna put these guys to the torch. Oh, yeah, I certainly don't want to be dying today. Oh, I forgot. Yep. Hi. Would you like to get off my case yet? Good lord. You didn't even drop a treasure worthy of the trouble. Nice. This one might be a tad bit tough for us to get back into the swing of things for. All right, okay. How mighty you are. Good God. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, we're definitely going to be applying the grindstone for all this. Oh, right, I totally forgot. I didn't even have to make that walk. I could have just taken the elevator. Oops. Yeah, that surely would have been a nice thing to remember. We even went through the trouble of unlocking the bloody shortcut. Oof and a half. And come over and grab. What a lumberingly slow brute. Alright, you should be getting enraged real soon. Alright, come on. Smooth as butter. Now, I think it was around here where I started missing keys, so I'm gonna make sure I read them this time. Tomb slum residents are infamous for being pickpockets and petty thieves. The shack might hold the treasures they have hidden away. It's this one, right? This the shack? Yeah, but this isn't the one tied to the cryptic vessel or anything. Jesus. Calm down. Too many attacks in one sitting. Ooh, the Belford Superior Corrosion Resistance Converter. That is probably not better than what we're wearing. Like, it's better weight-wise, but not better in terms of mitigations. I'm fine with my resistances where they are for the time being. I see. Oh yeah, this treasure right here, you get a cryptic vessel for it, and when you decode it and come back, there's a guy who'll give you a key to leave you alone, to leave him alone, excuse me. But if you go and try to grab that treasure, you'll just fall through the floor. And then he's like, heh, sucker. That's basically what he says. Is he calls you a bloody sucker and says, "Did you think I would just willingly give it away?" No, he left a trap for you. That's fine though. 25 minutes and we're already making much better progress this time. There should be a carcass. Yeah, there's a carcass like right up there. Now, I don't think Legion, like, hitting with your Legion weapon or Legion arm charges this. I would be surprised if it charged pulse cells. Hobbler's Bridge. Want to say about halfway through, there are some... Yeah, I thought so. I think I get the gimmick. The pulse cells are meant to be charged with kinetic energy. Because we implemented or used Legion arm for like a full 2 seconds. And the little tiny ticks did not do anything whatsoever to charge the pulse cell. It is definitely based on number of melee swings, which is fine. Yep, we know about that. Let's come over here. But I just wanted to tell you guys, with the story earlier before we began streaming the game, that I have been working on filler content. And I know it's a very insulting thing to say about Dragon Quest XI, but it is filler for what I normally do. Filler content. Hello there, chum. We don't have the thing this time. That's fine.
I test 1 2 1 2. We have a schedule update. Intruder tonight.
I need him to back off. Yeah, that's right. I believe this is game over. Yeah, we would have had trouble with our other weapon. Unga Bunga is just superior in this game, and I am so angry and sad about it. It's not funny. But like I was saying before, Dragon Quest XI is not a filler game by any means. It's fantastic. I love playing it. And I look forward to showing that to you guys on YouTube. YouTube. It is very specific to YouTube. Twitch, I can't stream when I'm over at a client's house.
A nasty puppet has invaded our territory. Be careful.
That someone had fun making that laugh, guaranteed. But I can't exactly stream from my client's house. If I could come back every day for 4 hours and stream, I'd do it. But it's late at night when that's happening, and I would have to get a ride to and from each way, and that's money I don't have to spend. Not really. So, yeah, we don't do that. We didn't miss anything, right? Yeah, there was nothing back over there. We're good. Okay, yeah, we can just climb the tower. This is worth 3 level ups. Now this would make me feel kind of on tilt if I were to lose this many, this much ergo, excuse me. But luckily for you guys, and myself, I am an above average gamer when it comes to stuff like this. Now, how do I grab... Right. Yeah, you never have to make any arcane jumps. But you do have to be careful. Take your time with all that tightrope. Anything else? No, I think all you do is fall. And you should be good. And this is the part where I butcher the last jump and die. Well, okay, I butchered it a little bit, but we're fine. Welcome to the territory of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Remember, anyone who fails to pay the protection fee on time is headed straight for the coffin. Wow, so extortion. Yeah, I do not like these guys, to say the least. Red Lobster, where there's endless soup, salad, and breadsticks. No, I'm kidding. That's Olive Garden. The grand opening, Lorenzini Arcade. Exciting events. And this is an inn anyway. That never gets old. Oh, hello.
Oh, I saw you go into the factory. But you're here. So, wait. You came out of the factory? That's a new one.
I thought you would have been burnt to a crisp. But look at you, all intact.
Brother, being too frank is rude. We should praise him for being stronger than he looks. Why not join forces? Play our cards right, and we could defeat the villains who rule this area.
They're the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, the baddies who torment the residents around here.
We heard their hideout is stuffed with treasure, and it's a good time to liberate them.
All you have to do is create a distraction.
So, you gonna do it?
Refuse.
You are smart. It pays to second-guess things in Krat. You'll live longer.
Loners don't last around here. Let us know if you change your mind. We'll be waiting.
Can't talk to him either. Yeah, we kind of stuck. That's fine. Let's level up. We do need 1 point, couple points in capacity. Do I level Nah. Nah, we want to be putting points into vigor anyway. Can't unga bunga without having stamina. I will tell you that. We'll just pop 3 of these. Twitch, if you feel up to it, say hi to YouTube. We are multi-streaming to YouTube. I wish I could, have both chats on the screen, but alas, I cannot. That's part of the Twitch contract. It's just Twitch. It's just Twitch management being absolutely gutter shy about sharing the screen with YouTube. It's to project the thinnest veneer of loyalty. You die. I'm surprised this overheating works in the rain, but I'm grateful that it does, of course.
Just right now, we'll take our time. There's no need to run. There's no need to get caught up into a... Wow, you really start to run out of stamina after that third swing, huh, kiddo? I wouldn't blame you. I couldn't even lift and swing this type of thing once in my real life. That wouldn't happen. It would tire out so fast. It's not funny. Now, if we make it past the Malum district, that's great. If not, it's not a big deal. It would be a blow to my pride. It would be a big deal in that way. But I wouldn't really be surprised if I get walled by the eldest. Just gonna put you to the torch just a little bit. There we go. I was just waiting for her to get close enough. So I want to say this isn't the Monad Charity House. Is it? Having to try to remember things on is never the easiest in the whole wide world. This is a trap floor. Okay. Yeah, and normally after talking to the Red Fox and Black Cat, they would have been right here and say, go on ahead, we'll be right there. We chose to leave them behind. Alright, we're gonna go jump down that trap hole now. Might as well. Then here we have the giant boiler. Any more carcasses want to jump out of the bloody woodwork to get me? The arc break cartridge +1. I can't wait to see what the Lotta +1s are gonna look like in terms of their weight. Okay, we already read that. I just had to take a second and reread it. That's fine. La Blé Oui. The ruby of the heavens. I wouldn't want to drink a ruby of the heavens. Are you kidding me? That thing has jagged edges. I would die. I would be a ruby of the heavens. Or no, I would be a ruby of the earth if I drank that. Don't drink rubies, kids. Oh, and don't, if you've got like tears in your tongue, or you know, you've got an abraded, you're gonna make an announcement, Sir Black, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood? No? Alright, well, don't interrupt me while I'm talking about things. Anyway, gold-flecked drinks and gold-flecked gum, I've had both. Don't drink that stuff. Don't chew that stuff. That's a great way to damage your tongue. Not to mention get trace amounts of metal in your system. We're just gonna go in here and I guess mind our surroundings. Okay. Can't do anything about them.
definitely should have used a plunging heavy. I believe I made the exact same mistake.
This just in. The intruder turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will be waived for anyone who wants it down. What a deal! Now hurry up and run, you idiot!
I believe that's the eccentric talking. Well, come on. Okay, I waited a little bit too long. Oh, you can have some, you have follow-ups. Oh, what a twinkle toes. I tell you what. I wish I could talk and operate these kinds of fights at once, but nice. Nah, you're getting the torch. I better kill him quick. Just like last time, he really gave me a lot of trouble. I was even prepared for him this time. Didn't just try to dodge everything. I was actually able to parry some stuff, but that didn't really much matter in the end. It's fine. Surely we can function without, you know, needing to use our pulse cells repeatedly. Right there. Right, I have to be careful and constantly interpose some kind of barrier. Oof. We might need to use a Legion cartridge or two. Let's just get back here. Once we get rid of one of them, traversal shouldn't be that bad. Good. I guess we'll be using the last of these. We can sit here and wait for our Legion to charge, I guess. Because she's not going to drop down anytime soon. And I really don't want to go up or like walk all the way around to have her throw goop in my face later. Yeah, lady, how does it feel to get walled out by a puppet? Goodbye.
Should be okay now. There should only be big lumbering brutes or small creatures that we can hopefully handle without getting into too much trouble. Nice. The key to exploring the Malum district is just be aware of traps. Like, don't take your time, look down at the feet, at the feet, look at your feet, and then make sure you look up a lot. We died here at least a few times during the initial playthrough. And it would be nice to step in a few less, you know, traps as a result. So just don't take the obvious paths to treasure, and you should be okay. Okay, we want to walk up here. Come on. I probably should be killing a few more of these carcasses by means of Unga Bunga if we want to build up our legion, but it does recharge automatically because of our build. I guess I explained the stat portion of my build, but I never bother to explain like the quartz and what we're gaming for. Generally speaking, I am what we call a discharge build. Meaning all my quartz are built toward taking less damage when I'm out of pulse cells. And while I would surely prefer not to run out of pulse cells during a fight, if I run out, it's not the worst thing in the world. I generally will go out of my way to recharge the pulse cell as fast as possible so that we can get back to having a heal when we need it. Also, it prepares us better for cube uses. Right, we went down there, and there's we don't get anything for being down there anyway. What can I say? Sometimes falling into stuff is actually a trap, and there's not always a hidden treasure afterwards. Okay, there's a trap here, and it snapped on the carcass. That is awesome. We are making some bloody good time. I remember it being a lot slower. Then again, I think we were also just on guard for everything all the time. Watch out for traps. Really, I was not expecting you to live after that second strike, but that's whatever, I guess. Gotta be extra cautious. Making sure I'm definitely looking. Wow, there was that cheap little hit right at the end. It reminds me of when I sat down in a Challenge Runner stream. I will not name him in the interest of protecting myself and him from any further scrutiny. But I sat down. This was before I knew what I knew about him. And
Stop. Alright, we are backing it up, ladies and gentlemen. And he commented on the hitboxes of a particular attack done by the log-bearing undead in Dark Souls 3 when it's right after the halfway fortress.
Another fine. I hope my return isn't too out. Do pay attention. I stand tall and proud when I'm...
Boa Constrictor finished digesting.
Wrong. Creative but wrong. Almost pathetically so. Did you forget to visit your lucky candle? You seem a bit off. Oh, that was needlessly cruel. As usual, your innocuous, vapid innocence melts my icy heart. Please accept this chest with my compliments and sympathies. But really, study up. It wasn't that tricky. Open it up. There is no other way to confirm it does not contain a cute kitten. Really, a local stray was seen near that chest a while ago and could have even now been struggling for air. Only one way to find out. Well, this has been a refreshing delight, and the kitten's probably not sealed in airtight. But I must away until a new day, lest Lady Sharinzi learns that someone may have misplaced her kitten. The King of Riddles will be back.
So we got a surprise box. A box gifted by the King of Riddles. Its contents are unknown. There may be pain, but they won't leave empty-handed. So he gave us a Trinity key anyway, but it's interesting how the wrong answer doesn't prevent you from getting the Trinity key. It only means you take some damage upon failure. Like, that's cool, I guess. Nice that, you know, NeoWiz was like, hey, we don't want people to get punished over obscure riddles. Okay, we only still have that one cryptic vessel. That's right. Yep. Just double checking. I'm sorry. At what point did I say you could bungle that jump, dear old Pinocchio? I heard that name. Everyone called him Pinocchio in the 2022 film. Like, oh my god. I couldn't take it seriously. Like, everybody either had trouble saying Pinocchio or, you know, went about saying his name like a fevered drunk and ended up shortening it to Pinocchio anyway. I have very mixed feelings about the 2022 adaptation done by Disney. And, you know, the worst part of it all really comes down to it hyper-condensed the story. I was not a fan of that little creative liberty taken. They basically really watered down the old tale and made it much less about the original premise and more about just the overall story. And heck, even Jiminy just straight up got less attention than you would expect. Now, where on earth? It's right here, right? I'm not hallucinating? Yeah, just didn't go far enough. That's fine. Nope. Wrong door again. Okay, I have clearly messed things up and have gotten lost somehow. No, we didn't get lost.
I have no faith in my navigational abilities, is what it is. Let's unlock this shortcut, so we never have to do that again. Anything back here? Wouldn't be surprised if a carcass fell down right about now. No. I won't say no to a non-interference clause. Right, there's a carcass over there. Nice. And there's one over here that we can take out with our Legion arm here. Why work hard when you can work smart? That's what I always say. Why work hard when you can work smart? And besides, hard work doesn't always mean good work either. If you do push-ups incorrectly, you might as well have hurt your body and literally cut it open instead. For how much pain and malformation you'll have put your body through as a result. Hard work does not always equal good work. It just equals strenuous, laborious work. And it's kind of up to you to decide whether it had any meaning or not.
It's funny seeing them all flustered. Hey, the idiots actually.
I totally fell into the trap again. Come on. Surely the Black Rabbit Brotherhood has to know that I'm coming for them, right? They call us an intruder, but she just kind of sits there nonchalantly. That takes some cojones. That takes some cojones, my friend. Although we will not be remaining friends for very long, I'm afraid. Alright, we have made it to the Red Lobster. I'm gonna push a little bit to get the shortcut reopened. Oh, right, I forgot that they have extendo spikes. Gotta be careful. Just gonna go ahead and use this now. Okay. Close. Too bad you can't play this piano. So unfortunate. Nice. The pulse cell is getting particularly difficult to charge now. So let's just head right over this way. I definitely want to say this is the... Yeah, this is the shortcut. Come on. Alright, kiddos, it's break time. You know what that means. Or, I guess, for anybody who hasn't been here before, we take 5-minute breaks. And I usually play 90 seconds of ads for people on Twitch. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I hope to be back sooner rather than later. Hopefully I'm on time to our after this commercial break. But you never know what life has in store for you. I could end up having to take 20 minutes like I did some months ago. And then have to end stream immediately after because, well, you made a mess and you can't really let stuff like spilt tea sit on your floor. Anyway, if you, thanks for hanging out with me, and I will see you after the break. Thank you.
Sorry about that, folks. I had to take a second and find the eyeglass cleaning supplies. So that's what took me the extra minute. So sorry about that. Thank you guys so much for hanging out here in the chat. Really do appreciate it. Before we continue onward, because after the Red Lobster Inn, we'll have the Brotherhood to fight, at least the eldest for the most part. And then after that, it'll be Rosa Isabel Street. Like, we'll be making our march toward the actual King of Puppets.
At the house of a new...
Computer seems to be chugging it a little bit. Don't understand why, really, but whatever.
I always welcome...
I better know what it is. There's too much data on the drive that I have this game stored on, and I need to figure out which games I can lighten the load on for the time being.
I know my way around.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. Computers generally don't like it when you use up every inch of hard drive space. It likes you to have some left over because of automatic running scripts and everything.
A great weapon called...
People have no idea. Thanks for keeping...
Yeah, the game is slogging it for some reason, and I do not understand exactly why, but I will get to the bottom of it.
At the house of a new...
I'm not sure what I'm doing. What I want to do is install this quartz.
You're full of surprises. A puppet that keeps changing. Change is never easy. Look at me. I wish I was back in Krat, but Krat was a city of light.
I know, my friend. I would like for it to go back as well, but I just don't think that's gonna happen. Geppetto and Simon have completely fucked it over several times over. And if they do rebuild, it'll be because Vanini steps in to do it.
I'll use my power.
Honestly, most humans, if I'm being like utterly and completely honest with you, would not, if they saw Krat in this state, they would not rebuild it. They would consign it to oblivion. And I wouldn't blame them. Why? Because there would be just too much money involved. Not to mention, you know, given what we know about ergo exposure, you wouldn't be able to live there. Krat would essentially need to go back to its pre-puppeted state to mean anything. Okay, here, what do we want? Enhance the attack of fatal attacks. I do generally like going for those, so yeah, let's go for that. I like to have our third weapon on lock. Especially because there are a couple of bosses. I don't know what I was expecting there. There's a couple of bosses, the green monster, that have two different weaknesses depending on which phase of the fight you're talking about. So having also, we want to change these to be acid abrasives and change this weapon to also be the acid weapon for later on. Reduction. Yeah, these guys don't actually have any... Let's use the brake cartridge for right now, as we've been bumping into traps that give us brake. Now, for those of you maybe new to the stream, or... Oh, right, before we can continue. If you notice in the bottom middle is an ending indicator. It indicates how close we are to specific endings. I made that myself. With the various humanity states that P can find himself in. If you are at humanity stage 4, then you are eligible for the true ending. You could be at any point along that indicator for an any % ending. And then finally, if your humanity is too low, when you go to actually see Geppetto, I actually think you don't get a choice. I won't say no to some wish stones. I really can't wait to see what NeoWiz is going to do with the Wizard of Oz, because we no doubt know that is their next project, like their next big game is this. Like, if you get the formula right on a Souls-like, especially one like this that's Bloodborne inspired, mechanically speaking, Bloodborne inspired, you can't really go wrong. Just maybe don't, like, the issues that, pervaded Lies of P were mostly balancing issues, things that were fixed with balancing patches. But wouldn't it be nice for the development team to just have fewer development patches to have to push out? I know if I were making games, I would really stress to limit the scope of the game, but make sure it is tuning and testing complete, because people get tired of balance fixes and games offered as a service. People want games offered as a product again, and that means getting it right the first time. But that is not the era that we are in, I'm afraid. So I want to say this chap has a record for us.
I thought there were no more survivors. I do love a bit of commerce, but the boss... Are you with the Black Rabbit? I liked your honesty, kid. But you should know that if you're not one of us, the bosses will feed you to the monsters. If you, give me a little something, I feel like I'll remember that you belong here. How does that sound? Call it evidence of sincerity. Just show me your sincerity. Oh, I completely forgot. You must be new, eh? Go ahead and take a look. Let's keep this between us, eh?
You're welcome. I can't believe you actually have to bribe him. Someday. Is that an old or a new record? I guess we'll buy it. Hold on, I can check. Nope, we don't need to buy it. Instead, we'll just make sure we get the cartridge +1 and call it good. That's probably going to be a 4K purchase, right? Yeah, I was just about right. Look, you might as well get the +1s while you can. And is that Legion? Yeah, that is Legion Caliber number 3.
Which means we can finally finish Flamberge. At least I think we can finish Flamberge. No, we need 5 to do that. Dang it. Nah, I'm not messing around with you. Yeah, those guys are serious business, so I'm gonna take them seriously. Exactly as expected. Yep, here's the Black Rabbit Brotherhood's little stronghold. Now, as much as I would love to collect Ergo here, the right thing to do is put on the acid weapon. So, we meet again. I wonder if people have done a deep dive and, like, unmasked these guys. Might as well watch it again. Are we a liar? We're getting put in the liar coffin. Not.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I'll make sure to recircle your path.
That is... No, that's not the eccentric talking. I'm trying to pick out who has what commentary. I want to say that's the battle, the main one talking. The eccentric has a slightly more Cockney accent to his voice. I think I got that correct. And we all know what the youngest sounds like, so we don't need to ask questions. It's mainly the two gents in the trio of the... would you really call it I guess you'd call it a brotherhood. It's referring to kinship. Loyalty. Not gender. Not sex.
You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
All right. Gotta be careful. That guy could start making a mad dash like he is right now. Yeah, I can imagine sitting up there watching your brother get absolutely smoked would be boring. Careful. Nope. Back off. Let's respace. I don't know how I should have gotten hit right there.
So this is Geppetto's puppet, huh?
Yeah, that's honestly that's fine. These guys are not. The eldest is one of those like characters that's you almost don't want to parry him, but you kind of have to at the same time. Now what's going to be fun is figuring out when to use the special grindstone. And I don't think you can use abrasives on this, can you? Yeah, I didn't think so. I knew the information was right, but I wanted to check anyway. We could go get Pandemonium if we really wanted it.
Bring it on. You ain't
But I don't think we need it. Get viscerally punctured. Alright, yep. We waiting for you, pal. Your battle style leaves you so exposed, it's not funny. Come on. I don't have time for you to be staying back. Goodbye. We even ended up breaking his weapon in the end.
This puppet's crazy!
I want you guys to realize that if they had fought us all four at once, they would have just killed us outright every time. It would have been a miracle for us to get out of that alive, let alone with resources to spare. This starts the villain arc.
Pay for that.
I'll pay for what? Mopping the floor with your butts? I don't think so. There will be no payment. Now, you do not need to go to the Hotel Krot from here. You can actually just walk through here and get to it. We discovered it later. We did not immediately walk through here, if I remember correctly. Quartz? I wouldn't say no to that. There's the lift right here. And now we unga bunga. And I'll have to swap out the Legion arm a bit later. Is this everything? Can't be. Gotta be another room somewhere.
Hey, check this out. No, I'm just kidding. No, it looks exactly like you. I mean, you see it, right? With the nose and the... right?
Yes, we see it, Gemini. You don't have to try quite so hard. This isn't a Linkin Park song. You don't need to make it to the end. You could just... You know, I have been told that I sound like Travis from Diamond City Radio. Hey there, the real Earl of Earth. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Hope you enjoy your stay. You had a couple fillings in your teeth put in? Ooh, awful. But I'm glad the procedure was done. Hopefully, they go toward helping you be able to eat normally if you were having issues before. I have fillings in mine, and I definitely need to get a tooth pulled myself, but you did not come to hear me wax poetic about my own problems. I trust it wasn't too expensive. Although knowing US dental work, it was probably way too expensive, but have to get that kind of stuff done. You don't want to be having poor dental health. It doesn't work out well for people most of the time, or in the long term.
I see you, Mr. Stalker. Hello. I'll get straight to the point, but there's a problem. I couldn't even get close. Pathetic. Yeah. I heard the eye.
Tell us more about this.
I heard Stalker.
And he'll let us switch the wish stone, but for now, this is what I'm going to demonstrate to the people who maybe have not been here before. And it explains why I did not take the Stargazer back to Hotel Krot. We're right in the garden. We're in the other garden of the hotel. Welcome to the gold coin tree. This thing lets you reset P organs. I'll read that statement in just a second, promise. This thing lets you reset your P organ. Yes, Gemini, we know. P organ levels, and I believe it lets you reset Legion arms too. Yes, it does let you reset Legion arms. Good. I have to get like 8 other fillings since your teeth are just riddled with cavities. So I'm quite sure that those fillings are just the start of many more, right?
Stalker, please.
Hopefully the dental session went well. The dentist and the assistants were nice. Usually when I went and had dental work done myself, the dentists and their assistants were always such nice people. They truly wanted what was best for their patients. Even if they knew that the industry of making fillings and stuff wasn't necessarily the best, they were making do with what they had. And they're following not EPA, that's Energy Protection Agency. FDA, there we go. Food and Drug Administration. Don't know why you have so many, but hey, at least you can finally eat. Awesome. What were you doing? You didn't have any problems before, however? Oh yeah, the point is to get the cavities handled before you start feeling pain or anything else. I have a hole in one of my molars back here that I don't have the insurance for, so I can't get it fixed. And I have to watch every day for food to get compacted in that hole, and I have to religiously brush that specific tooth every day just to avoid it. Yeah, having dental problems sucks, but I'm glad that you were able to eat. Were you eating normally, or were you on a like liquid diet or something that didn't require much mastication? Moving back and forth of molars on something is called mastication. For those who didn't know what the word meant. I believe we got ourselves a quartz. So yeah, I don't know what my mouth was doing just a second ago other than moving faster than I could think. Anyway, let's go continue to upgrade our P organ. We do want 6 to 8 quartz though, so we're not spending too long playing New Game Plus Plus. Shortens the time you can't move after your weapon is deflected. Do I really want that? Probably not. Let's go for guard regain reduction. Yeah, I'm doing everything I can to avoid... oh, right, I still have to press twice. I want to do everything I can to avoid increasing our pulse cell count beyond what's necessary.
You're back. But with the Black Rat, why not strike? Go to Antonia. I always remember this. I thought it was a thing. Forgive memories of
I was eating normally, and the worst part is some of the cavities broke while you were eating. Ooh, awful. Ugh. Skin crawl. Ugh. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. All you felt was crunch while you were eating? Oh look, a Niv actually made a comprehensible sentence. Yes, for those who don't know about a Niv is a Markov chain algorithm AI chatbot. It has been trained on Super Metroid speedrunning community channels. In particular, it spent lots of time in Oats and Goats. That's a prominent YouTuber and content creator otherwise. And Innate, that is another prominent YouTube and content creator here on Twitch. They're both Twitch channels here. I want to say Aniv has spent thousands of hours just absorbing everything that people say in chat. Aniv can be in up to 100 channels at any given time, and takes the net sum of everything it's learning right that moment and spits things out based on settings that you set as a streamer or content creator yourself. A NIV as a channel and everything, and there are instructions for how to get it into your chat if you're interested. I will purge a NIV when necessary, but for the most part, it doesn't say anything objectionable. All you felt was crunch when you were eating? Yeah, I'm sorry that you deal with that. That's awful. How's Elden Ring Reforged going for you? I'm waiting for... How far exactly are you in Lies of P? Oh, we've beaten the game. We are on the New Game Plus playthrough, and we are working toward the bad ending, let's call it. If you'll take a look at the bottom middle of the screen, I have a humanity indicator. During the first 16 episodes of the series, our portrait was sitting all the way over by Sophia at the end of it. Here, I expect it to stay really close to Geppetto the whole time. Yeah, Lies of P's been great. Even Lysacia, the hardest boss in Lies of P, because of all the balance tuning that happened between now and when I actually got to play Lies of P, the most I could say about her is that she just strikes all the bloody time. That she doesn't really let you a moment to breathe, and she's considered the game's penultimate boss. Even Simon or the nameless puppet don't get that distinction. Lysacia takes the cake. Got pretty far, but I can't remember exactly why I stopped playing. It might have probably... So there's a couple of strangleholds that some of the bosses have. One of them is the green monster. You might not have stopped playing because of a boss. There could have been another reason. But among the bosses that make people stop, there's the green monster in the barren swamp, where it has 2 phases and it just hits like a Mack truck the whole time. If you don't have a decent weapon, you're gonna be in a world of hurt, especially because some of the attacks on the green monster are just hard to parry. And phase 2 is especially unforgiving, even with the balance changes. Another one might be the Revenge of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. The last boss you were on was Manus. Okay, so you kind of hit all the problem bosses then, because you had the Black Rabbit Brotherhood reboot, where you fought all 3 in a trio, and then you had Eldest afterwards. That one's kind of difficult. You had Lysacia, along with the Door Guardian sub-boss, the one guarding Arch Abbey. Lysacia, I've already gone over why she's difficult and would cause many people to stop. Manus, if Manus is the one that causes you to stop, could be the camera. The camera for Manus is particularly bad. And not to mention, it's just a non-stop barrage of projectiles. I really hate the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, especially the Eldest. The 2.0 Eldest is really rough. To have to fight all 3 and then fight Eldest afterwards is... Though you'd really like to have his sword, you can get a facsimile of it. It's not quite his sword. I would refer to it as like the Buster Blade of all the swords.
A great weapon calls...
But if you fight Victor, you can exchange for the Frozen Feast. Oh, and that's one of the things that really got me on tilt. One of the cryptic vessels that we weren't able to get specifically requires this sword, the Frozen Feast.
A great weapon.
I'll flash it again for people on stream. Yeah. Oh, right. Victor the Champion. Yep. You got it. Don't think I used his ergo. Let's see. You get a really, if you used a technique build for the game, you get a really good amulet for using it. I don't know too much about the sword, but we learned as a stream at some point that you need a sword, you need that sword in order to get the contents of the very last cryptic vessel decryption. That really sucked. That was super obscure for no reason. Let's upgrade our Legion arm while we're here. And we need 2 more to finally finish Flamberge. Well, what build did you use for Lies of P, if you don't mind my asking the real Earl of Earth? Just gonna level up here. We've got our vigor where we want it. When we get the 3rd weapon slot, we're going to want more capacity, so I will pump a couple points there. I think a dagger build, so if it's dagger, either it's going to be technique or advance. Most people would have been smart, and with some usage of the arm, that could have been an advanced build then. Our initial playthrough was using advance as the main damage stat. Can I tell you that that's putting the game on a miniature hard mode just already? Not using boss weapons because they don't scale with advance without a good crank. And even then, putting a crank on a boss weapon to make it scale with advance gives it descaling at best. There is not a single boss weapon that natively has it. It really sucks. Of course I didn't learn about what kind of an afterthought the advanced stat was until basically at Arch Abbey, where we figured we got all the weapons. We got like the very last one for advanced builds, and sadness, ephemeral sadness. Dagger probably means... Oh, actually, I think there are 2 daggers, right? If we look... I have to look at my blades and handles. I can't look at weapons I've assembled. So that could be the salamander dagger, or it could have been one of these. Etiquette. Etiquette and salamander dagger. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Let me just try to grab. It could be a weapon I don't have. Those are the ones you used? Gotcha. I mainly used... I ended up running with the electric coil stickhead the whole game. And the acidic crystal spear. Those are the ones I ended up using. And I did use the salamander blade for a little while, but once we found the black steel cutter, I switched to that. As in this game, there's a meme that circulates where it's basically like there's some guy holding back some other guy trying to throw him some punches, and the guy has been replaced with P's head. And that meme could not be more true to this game. The reach you get is awful. Absolutely awful. Let's switch this up to Fulminous, though. Taking a second to think here. Out of the 2, which one did you prefer between etiquette or the dagger? Did you end up preferring the range on the other weapon, or did you generally get close enough for the range to not be a problem? Miss Antonia, I need you to etiquette. I want to say that's a rapier, if I remember correctly. Let's see if that... I only worked 1 out of 100 times yesterday, It was really supposed to be the largest Aniv. Dearest Aniv, you do not stream.
Show me that you're worthy to wield it.
Etiquette just felt so much faster and did more DPS. Yeah, that's something I will complain about a little bit. Yeah, okay. We did have Etiquette as a boss weapon. I don't blame you. Boss weapons are generally tuned to be better than the non-boss counterparts, which is fine. I don't mind that boss weapons are generally slated to deal more damage. What I do mind is not having any advanced weapons at all.
Hurry up. I heard from Geppetto. Rosa Isabel Street. Geppetto and I care about you very much. I feel like my time is... However, it's a nice feeling to know that... If you came from... I knew the tree was... I heard the crowd... I stopped going. No, the hotel. I'm going to protect... People have... Thanks for keeping...
And we are back to... Okay, we are back to the usual dialogue. This is fine. I'm hoping that the modding scene for Lies of P gets a little bit more prolific than it is now. There really isn't a camera mod yet. That's one of the other things I think I could complain about a little bit is the camera. Specifically during the Green Monster and even during Simon Manus's fight, the camera was just... Not during phase 1. That the camera there is fine. It's when Simon Manus closes you in his little sphere of ultimate power in phase 2, where sometimes your camera meets the boundary of that little fighting arena, and it makes trying to dodge his overly large attacks really difficult. Not fun. Swap this over to the correct weapon. Oh, do you actually think you'll ever play Convergence for ER since it has DLC support? I've been hearing it has DLC support. I probably will, but I want to wait on Reforged, as I've got a lot more invested in Reforged than I do Convergence. But that's just kind of a personal opinion of mine. I'd have to look into and see what they've actually changed for the DLC. That's something else I want to do before putting it to the big screen. Yeah, you played it yourself and it's actually pretty good? That's awesome. But you do want to wait for ERR since all of the reworks? Me too. Plus, if I go back to Elden Ring, I probably want to challenge run it. That's like the other thing I'm having to fight. It's one of the reasons why I'm just staying away from Elden Ring until Reforged gets actual DLC integration. They reworked everything in the DLC? Yeah, I would imagine so. I should check out one of Couch Jockey's streams sometime about this, because I know he streams the development and testing of Convergence. He's like the main one that does it. But the streams are always at like really incompatible hours.
Isabel Street, the entertainment district. You might call it extravagant. Operas, operettas, street concerts, all running 24/7. Adelina Corday, the singer in the red dress. Oh, she was the most famous of them all. The legendary prima donna.
Minor Erdtree is actually good, and surprisingly multi-layered rings are actually amazing.
Makes sense.
That's really nice. I have not played the DLC in even its vanilla state, so it took me a second to realize that we were talking about DLC spells. But yeah, I know Minor Erdtree was supposed to be a really hyped up spell, and it's nice to see that Convergence has made it a better spell. I look forward to being able to see those changes for myself eventually, but for right now, I want to be a loyalist. I want to wait for Kernifer and company to finish working on their interpretation of the DLC. There was recently a post that Ivy made It's also on Twitter about the DLC changes being forthcoming. It was rather a short clip, though, so I'm not sure what was exactly displayed. I'd have to go back and re-watch it again to be sure. So, by you playing through the Convergence and its adaptation of the DLC, I take it you've played through the entirety of the Shadow of the Erdtree, the real Earl of Earth?
That demon drives a... There's a wine called La Bleuie. I'm sure there's... remember...
Indeed. How did you find it? The Shadow of the Erdtree. I heard a lot of people really thought the bosses were overtuned. And the game was needlessly difficult for no reason. Even when you account for the Scadutree fragments. Convergence DLC just felt so much better. And Shadow of the Erdtree was the worst From DLC ever. I knew that FromSoft would make a pipe bomb of the DLC eventually. It was just a matter of time. And it really shows with Shadow of the Erdtree. Like, I get the whole Scadutree fragment thing, but if they had to come out and say, hey, there is actual DLC progression material required for you to not have such a hard time with the game, that means that the entire concept of the Scadutree fragment was just not thought out well enough. I really have to wonder what went on in the back rooms of FromSoft Studios for them to think that the Scadutree fragments in their current form were particularly good implementation. Now, although I have not played the DLC, I know enough about it that I can talk at least about some of the major points regarding the DLC. And the Scadutree fragments are really just the tip of the iceberg. Never mind the boss design. That, I've heard, is really the main crux of it, is just the bosses really kept on going with the... I gotta be careful, because there's an exploding suicide puppet. And I know there's a second one not too far from here. I don't want to spoil the DLC for the vanilla DLC for those who haven't played it yet. I realize I said that and then spoiled the Scadutree fragments, so I do apologize about that. But there are some bosses that I've heard are just over the top. Not every boss, but enough of the major bosses were over the top. Yeah, I'm not letting you, suicide charge me. You can forget that, little puppet. Yeah, I'm trying to be really thoughtful about future spoilers, actually. But, although it was the worst DLC, was it at least a good experience? Or was it just like, they could have really cooked a little bit longer with this one? Because if I think they should have cooked the DLC a little bit longer, I'm gonna laugh. Because usually, they could have cooked, but the chefs burned and spat on this one. Ah, I just can't help but laugh. I'm sure it's not the only DLC that could have spent a little longer in the kitchen, but like, come on. The Elden Ring was kind of supposed to be the magnum opus. And I think Elden Ring, for the most part, is FromSoft's magnum opus. You know, lady, if you're just gonna sit there, then of course I'm going to fully charge my Legion arm. Instead, Elden Ring will now be remembered for the DLC, and the DLC could have spent longer cooking, a lot longer. And I really have to wonder just how much influence did Miyazaki have over like the difficulty and the tuning and everything. Because I know there was an interview that Miyazaki did where he basically showed what he did to beat his own game, where he used practically everything. And I have to tell you, if that is your intended vision of the game, where it's like you expect the player to throw the kitchen sink at the boss, after years of not expecting your players to throw the kitchen sink at the bosses, I think Miyazaki is getting further and further out of touch from his audience. At least personally speaking. I do not speak for the entirety of the Soulsborne community on this one. Nobody really does. That's kind of the beauty of it, is we all have our own opinions on this. Which is why I can't wait to see what Kernifer and Company do to address the stuff in the DLC. Because I've been keeping an eye on our Reforged Discord. Elden Ring Reforged does have a Discord. That command is not currently functional because we're playing Lies of P, so I have non-Lies of P stuff disabled. But you guys are more than welcome to do a Google search. If you search for just Elden Ring Reforged, it should point you to the Nexus Mods page that takes you to the Discord. You can probably also find the Discord in the Google search results. That's self-explanatory. And if you search and find the wiki, you can click on that, and that will also take you to the Discord. I'm on there sometimes. Right now, I've sort of been mostly quiet, because I've been playing Lies of P, and I don't want to bore people with talk about Lies of P. It's a Discord for something specific, and not for Lies of P. Oh, did I literally just get shot for half my health? A third. Not a half, but a third. The riflemen, when they're in groups, are really bad. Also thinking about other things I could talk about. I guess what I should probably talk about is getting ready to take the next break, eh? For those who have not been here before, for whom it has been a while, we take breaks. We take 5 minutes worth of breaks. Or they last at least that long, and usually not more than that. I do run some ads for people on Twitch. I appreciate the ad revenue, really I do. I also don't blame you if you tune out over ads. I don't like them either. I think we should be good if we sit here. I suppose it'll make a good comedy clip if I die while we're taking a break right here. But I do seriously want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. You guys make a repeat playthrough of this type of game much more tolerable. And I hope to see you back after the commercial break. And when we do come back, I do have some major shilling to get out of the way, but then we'll be back to beating the puppets, as they say. And with that, I will see you guys after the break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their slightly extended commercial break. I was just looking at logistics for dinner tonight. And I know it's late to have dinner, but I was already an hour late when it came to the stream, so I didn't want to be further late by trying to eat dinner and do about 6 different other things. So, again, I'll apologize for starting an hour late, but forgive me if I spend at least a minute figuring out what dinner will be post-stream, because I'll essentially be eating at the crack of dawn. Now, before we continue, I do have the shilling to get out of the way, and again, I'd like to thank everybody for sticking around as much as they have been and bearing with me. Really appreciate that. So first, I don't think I really shilled it, so I'm going to do it here. I have a Discord server. I have a personal Discord server. The Discord is where 90% of your benefits come from. I highly recommend hopping on here so that you guys can stay fully apprised and up to date on any schedule changes that happen. For you guys on Twitch, the schedule indicator is mostly just an expectation of what I'll be streaming, like what game I'll be streaming. But if you want to know like exact schedule changes, I don't post those on Twitch. And as far as you guys on YouTube are concerned, also Twitch, you guys should say hello to YouTube because they don't get to say hi back. So it's always nice to be talked to, no matter where you are in the world. It's nice to have interaction, company. But for those of you on YouTube, while the postings are usually a good indicator of when I'm going to be live, like if I'm good and schedule a stream in advance like I'm supposed to, then it's almost like having a copy of the schedule, but it isn't a 100% foolproof copy of having a copy of the schedule. The Discord alleviates those things. Also, we get to hang out and talk with each other on more of a regular basis. We have places for pictures. I have a commands page where if you guys want to see the commands available for the stream anytime, there's a channel just for that. I also have specific ones related to our rotating soundboard, which I still need to finish putting the touches on the audio renditions of the next set of Lies of P commands. But essentially, these are tied to the Firebot specific currency called overtones. I'll show this now for those that are following along. So these are not the channel points. The channel points are amperes. Those are interfaceable through Twitch. The overtones are a specific chat command and everything. And I can just demo one of the soundboard alerts here.
I'm Jiminy, your friendly puppet guide. Or friendly guide puppet? I don't know, one of those.
Yes, Aniv, you don't have permission. Thanks for testing a command. If Aniv ever gets moderator for some strange reason, we're gonna regret it. I'm gonna do my best to make sure Aniv does not get those roles. But you get overtones at a rate of 50 every 5 minutes. You get more if you're an active chatter. You get a little bit more if you're following. You get even more if you're subscribed. And for those of you on YouTube, sorry, Firebot is specific to Twitch, Kick, and I believe Trovo. I at the very least know the bot works for Twitch and Kick. So if you guys want to use the rotating soundboard, you will need to hop over to Twitch. It's where all the fun stuff is. You've got my word on that. It's where all the fun stuff is. What else? We vote on content here. If people have a game suggestion, they can put it here. if we follow any major overhaul mods like Reforged, I plan on making a category for just those in the future, so that all of those are nice and neat and contained in one place. It's great. I work really bloody hard on this Discord. Really, I do. As for the other stuff, if you guys hadn't done so already, please consider following on Twitch. You get emotes for your trouble. Also, if you're on YouTube, please consider subscribing. Those are free and easy ways to help the channel for free that only take your time. And if you want, you can even squelch the emote notice, but then you wouldn't be able to know when I'm going live unless you just happen to log on. So I don't recommend you do that, but that is an option that you can do, and I will respect your decision on that. If you want to contribute financially, first you should know, I'm going to switch screens for a second here. If you financially support us in any capacity, you get your name, is the wrong one, you get your name on these pages right here. That's a start. Then you can cut out the ads if you're at least a tier 1 subscription or higher, whether or not it's gifted to you. The tier 1 subscription is all that matters. That's $6 on Twitch. Used to be $5. They hiked the price recently. Isn't that nice? What the heck was that noise? Was that in the game? I felt like an insect was trying to get into my ear. Ugh. Awful. Anyway, subscriptions. And as far as you guys on YouTube are concerned, if you want to financially support me, please check the description. That has all the information you could ever need, and I would really recommend you join the Discord if you're on YouTube, because that will get you 90 to 95% of your benefits compared to everyone else. I'm just not a YouTube partner yet, so I don't have any kind of benefits I could give you. So it's really imperative for you that you use the Discord. But for those of you on Twitch, the best bang for your buck is a tier 1 subscription. If you're a content creator or entertainer like myself, this is the I will take your collaboration requests more seriously tier. This is the you get extra emotes tier. This is the you get extra channel points and extra currency, overtone currency. You get consideration in multiplayer queues and all the fun stuff. Tier 1 is the best rate for your financial support, if you want to support that at all. Otherwise, if you're willing to pay Amazon 16 buckaroonies, basically, you can get Twitch Turbo, which lets you skip all the ads, and I get the ad revenue that I would miss out on because you skipped ads by using Turbo. If you use an ad blocker to do this, I don't blame you, but then I don't make anything either. It's ads are honestly a lose-lose situation, and talking about them more just kind of hurts everybody in the long run. But I gotta do some amount of shilling, so I appreciate people putting up with me, assuming you haven't checked out already, and I wouldn't blame you if you did. Now, back to our regularly scheduled puppet beatings, among other things. Let's switch the abrasive out. And I don't think we have any statuses to worry about, so we can put the Legion cartridges here. Okay, so I know that one of those puppets is perched here. So what, do you barely put in the lightest of taps if you would like to not have the sticky mine option available? Nope, that is the wrong button. Nice. Really? This isn't puppet string coin. You do kind of have to be patient. It's quite slow to fire, if I'm being quite honest with you. Okay, can we get him to walk around? Is that gonna happen? I think we're gonna have to start chucking things, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get those throwing cells ready. Okay, and then we should be good to go here. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the gameplay, because on average, my commentary is usually quite garbage. I shouldn't say that. That's a little too devaluing, even for me. But I'm definitely not the greatest at being able to entertain people. I don't just talk about witty, funny stuff all the time. I'm not that kind of guy. I wish I was. But constantly trying to... I want you guys to maybe perhaps realize how exhausting that is. And being able to just have over-the-top reactions on top of... on top of the usual stream antics of, this really interesting thing happened in the game or didn't happen in the game. It's tough. Even with like a Mr. Beast video, like the Mr. Beast videos follow a script. And mostly the editing is what's over the top with them. It's really not so much the man himself, Jimmy Donaldson. I think that's his name. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's his name. In the interest of not getting swept up in current events, I will not be referencing him in anything other than a professional capacity, but I have heard about the video he released recently regarding a certain unmentionable. If you guys want more of the juicy deets on that, you should probably check out Moist Critical's channel. Or, I'm not even sure... Moist Critical, aka Penguins, would have had a video up by this point yet. Of course, I don't blame you if you don't get swept up in YouTube creator drama. I only keep up so far as I only keep up insofar as usually if a major content creator gets caught or charged with something, it might affect me in the future, or it might affect people's perception of what I do, and so I need to be aware and ready to go, ready to jump ship if something should happen. You know what I just realized? We want the spear here.
Oh, what a beautiful puppet you are. I can hear your springs even if you try to hide them. Musicians have keen ears, you know. Would you like to sing for me like your friends? I have a feeling the sound of your cries will be especially sweet. Let's have an encore performance of Pain for the Red
actress, Adelina Corday.
Come on, then.
This performance to my sister, Adelina.
Oh, you were waiting to parry me. I don't think I'll be doing that. Oh, she parried that? She took us quite a few attempts to kill the first time. And I'm surprised we were able to get it in one go this time. But we definitely could not go around clubbing. Our weapon was going to be far too slow. Even if it could poise break her immediately, that's not worth the added frustration. It's really not. So, what kinds of games are people generally been playing lately? I know about the convergence for Elden Ring, like that. Like the game can be a mod too. I have been getting ready to record and edit the Dragon Quest XI series. I've made 7 videos. I showed you guys this already, but for those who maybe haven't been here in a long while, I have been working on a stopgap series. That's probably a better word for it. I've been working on a stopgap series for while I'm gone for the week. There is nowhere for you to run, little butterfly. And I've finished the first 7 episodes. I mean, I have to edit them, but I've finished recording them. And I'm gonna try to have those aired over the course of next week. And then after that, I might sit down and record a bunch more so that I can get ahead on content creation. Because long form and short form on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok are the content creation future. Assuming the AI, the whole AI thing doesn't cause the death of the internet, which would be outright horrible, but certainly not a surprise. Because the death of the internet would mean the loss of literal hundreds, probably 100 billion jobs or more. And I mean global. Like a global aggregate of lost jobs. We wouldn't lose the technological jobs, but we would lose anything whose existence is purely tied to internet. What I wouldn't be surprised of is if this sparks what we call intranet. Like the Mass Effect term of the same name, where the internet became this like galaxy-wide thing, this galaxy-wide phenomena, and the intranet was like per planet, and there'd be some connection between the two. I really wouldn't be surprised if that's the way the world went, a la StarCraft, where hello.
Oh, you're walking about in the place. My wife's body lies on Rosa Isabel Street. I know she's gone, but would you bring me her belongings? Thank you. Her body is on Rosa Isabel Street. I miss her so much. Her body is on. I miss her so.
I imagine you would miss your wife. We told you a lie last time, sir. This time we're gonna tell you the truth, and you're not gonna like it. Pretty much everyone in this game thinks you're lying to them when you tell them the truth, and thinks you're telling the truth when you're lying to them. Up is down, down is up, topsy-turvy curvy world. I'm sorry, did I just get a gunk of sewage spat at me? I think that's what's happened. I don't like that. Although it wouldn't be the first time we dealt with, you know, puppets spitting sewage at us. Ooh, gotta be careful. That isn't sudden death. I certainly don't say no to poise-breaking weapons. Lies of P has really kind of opened my eyes to the path of Unga Bunga. Before, I was definitely a give me the best one-handed weapon money could buy, and I will figure out a way to make the moveset work. But Unga Bunga just has such a nice comedic effect to it. Okay, yep. Oh, right, the running R2. Can't forget those. Oh, he must have chucked it as I was releasing the burst. Absolutely disgusting. So, regardless of... Oh, hello. Maybe I should focus right now. You know what? We can do things like this. Sure. Stop trapping me. That was a particularly nasty fight. Just get trapped by a puppet. Wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. But irrespective of the content drama or, you know, legal woes, was there a content creator you guys either looked up to or really enjoyed the content of and for me, that person was Chugga Conroy. He's like the reason, he is and continues to be the reason that I structure my Let's Plays the way that I do, and why I don't just sit there soullessly at the screen and stare. I try to talk about things. Now, I'm not as good about mentioning the secrets as he is. He takes lots of notes, something I don't do as much as I should, but until the controversy, he was a man I almost idolized. I mean, there's only one entity I idolize, period, but if there was any human being that I could put on a pedestal, it was him. And of course, it's a little late for me to rebrand content to just do something in a totally different way. And besides, Let's Plays are generally on the decline in the first place. So I kind of understand that I'm part of an old, outdated model of doing things. But I think offering people information with their games is a great practice, because people get to learn about a game that really interests or excites them. Or even if it's just a game you're playing for your own reasons, you know, you can at least show people the stuff you've learned in private. For example, I would not nearly be as well acquainted with you know, Pinocchio or that entire story if it weren't for this series. I could have just been the guy that's like, hey, I'm playing this Souls-like, and I'm generally irreverent to the story, but no, I actually took the time to put out commands. I have one called Carlo, ! Carlo. And it explains about Carlo Lorenzini and his work. Not all of it, but a lot of the pieces that had dates on them, I was definitely able to, you know, pull together from Wikipedia, of course, and put that there for people to, like, be curious enough and go, ooh, what else did he write about? Unfortunately, he didn't have too many works. I shouldn't say that. What I should say is the notable ones were the ones given a date and a title, but a lot of the journal entries he probably would not, he would have been credited for, but there would not have been, it wouldn't have had like a title, or it would have just been journalism. That's all. That's it. It would have just been journalism. He's much more known for his work on the Adventures of Pinocchio, which is a children's tale about a puppet who learns what being a real boy means. What a human boy means, more specifically. And it's got like 33, the original book has 34 chapters that really detail the whole adventure. And it's a darker tale. It's impressive what you can tell children about in the context of teaching them things, and it's not really considered exposing them to needless graphic violence, because that's not the point. The point is to teach a lesson. Those lessons are about honesty, integrity, and virtue. Most people are probably familiar more with the very sanitized version of simply called Pinocchio that was done by Disney in the 1940s. That is a sanitized version of it that reinterpreted the talking cricket as an important character and made Geppetto a little more of a bumbling oaf. And then, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 2000. Hang on, I can't count the decades in my head. No, you don't get to do that. 82 years pass, and there's the, you know, the 2022 version that I recently got finished watching. And, the thing is just full of old references and Easter eggs. Like, and the whole thing is a hyper-condensed version of the 1940s Disney interpretation, which was itself a condensed version of the original tale. And, of course, the standard traditional complaints with Disney films, as far as I'm concerned, still stand. There are way too many musical numbers. I guess that's what makes Disney unique, and you know, my sibling and I will disagree on that, on those points until the day we're both dead, probably, but I am just not a fan of the musicals. You could have amazing artistry in the music, and I still wouldn't be a fan, because I don't know. I just don't. I get the wrong impressions from them. I don't know what else to say. I feel like I can't take the Disney work as seriously when there's music, but I get it. It's kind of the draw of the entire Disney franchise, is that there are musicals everywhere, and that the... Shit. Yeah, I'm dead. I should have remembered about the suiciding puppets. The seppuku puppets, I'm sorry. Oh well. The word suicide was already mentioned. Now, those commands about, you know, the lies or the adventures of Pinocchio do have like 20-30 second cooldowns. The Carlo one has a full minute. No, you don't get to do that. That has like a full 60-second cooldown, and that's mostly just to combat spam. All of the audio redemptions using overtones have like a 5 to 10 second cooldown, or I think one of them has like a 20-second cooldown, and that's just because it's 12 seconds of dialogue. I'm sorry, what? Wow. Oh my god. I died again. These killer puppets, man. These suicidal puppets. Yeah, we're gonna use Falcon Eyes here. Okay. Right there. Ah, I could do a little bit better than that. Yeah, how do you like them apples, Madam Exploding Puppet? Don't like it that much, do you? Give me just 1 second. I hear some scratching at my door. I did not want to use a wish cube. I meant to use items, man. We're gonna get back, though. Okay, be back momentarily. I am going to... Damn it, Pinocchio. We're gonna play a small 30-second ad just in case I'm gone a little bit longer than I think I am. Thank you guys so much for bearing with me, and I'll see you back in just a minute. Sorry about that, folks. I could have swore it was the dog, but maybe someone was gently knocking on my door. In either case, I am back. Let's go get our legion, or let's go get our death ergo, shall we? Thank goodness. Work smart, not hard, as I always like to say. And eventually you'll learn. It may take hardship, but you do eventually learn to work smart. Come on. Aim right. Pinocchio. We'll make a move while aiming this thing. The stick is so damn sensitive for this. Okay. Well, that beats having to... you know... There's just no winning with these suicide puppets, is there? The Suicide Squad ain't got nothing on these puppets, I'll tell you what. Wonder what the... you know what? I'm gonna keep that ponderance to myself. Okay, I heard another noise outside my door, so this time I am fully going to blame my environment for that. Okay, I hear the pretty distinctive scratch of my black lab at the door. Let me go see what that is real quick. Sorry about that, folks, again. So there's a thunderstorm going on right now. So it makes sense why I heard scratch or claw marks on the door. Anyone else have pets that they take care of? Either they do so for a job or you know, they just have pets of their own. I have two dachshunds and a lab currently. Well, I should say my family has 2 dachshunds and a lab, and I happen to share like caretaking privileges for them when they're not here, or when my folks are away from home. I'm totally responsible for them. Yeah, we're gonna just pop a Legion cartridge. Okay, come on. Almost. Ah, it's so easy to overcorrect. It's like the very slightest tilts. Okay, I hear another dog pitter-pattering, so let me go check that out real quick. Sorry about that again. Well, the storm has all our dogs up now, so we gonna be, dear old stepmother's gonna be up for a little bit. I'm surprised I didn't just outright die. Damn you, you damn puppet! Okay, we know that that guy actually walked out in order to not get shot at, which is actually really freaking funny. Yeah, we're gonna get one shot and one shot only. Nope, get away. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Get out of there. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Don't do that. Oh, we get exactly... Yep, We get one shot and one shot only. We don't get a second one. Are these all theaters? So we have Theater Gaspard, we had Theater Clements, Theater Harold. Yeah, there are theaters pretty much on every part of the street. I just now noticed this, and what I can't tell is dear old Jacques here that's not a theater, I don't think. No, we're... Well, let's retrieve our death ergo. That it? That all of them? Oh, come on, there's gotta be one more falling out of the floorboards. Is this gonna be our heavyweight frame that finally outpaces us? Nope. The Arch Heavyweight Frame +1 does no such thing.
We found it! The black dress! But it's just a puppet? What on earth is going on?
You didn't hear about this, Gemini. No, you didn't hear. Puppet marriage was a thing that was happening before the puppet frenzy. There was a case of a noble who was frowned upon for marrying a puppet. Now, what we don't know is whether or not this puppet had an ego or not. It's not unheard of for people to marry pets sometimes, as sad as that is. In the real world. And I've heard of people also marrying their freaking stove. Or finding some way to, marry it in the marriage papers. I don't know why they would do this, because it's not like the government is going to give you a tax break for marrying a stove, but... Because you generally can't marry sentient objects. I don't know what the law is for this, actually. I would love if someone did some kind of deep dive on weird marriage proposals and, like, weird procedures for marriages. And I do mean the government process. The religious one, come on. You wouldn't take a stove to get married at the local church. It can't eat the cake with you. It can't go on a honeymoon with you.
Oh, my Melody. This is her wedding ring. Our marriage should have been filled with joy. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned she's a puppet. Others laughed at me, but I knew the truth. Maybe I'm crazy, though.
I've never seen that happen before.
Is that so? That's what everyone says. don't know what to think anymore. It's all right if it's all a dream. At least it's a peaceful one. However, I think it's finally time to wake up. But I don't think that means anything to me anymore. Thank you for bringing me her belongings. I'll give you a reward, as promised. It's time to wake up from dreams. But I don't know whether reality will make any more sense. It's time to wake...
Yeah, you're right, my friend. It's time to wake up from dreams. But the only way you're gonna know if reality ever makes sense to you is to be in it. Like all the other humans in this messed up world that, you know, Simon and Geppetto created together. Now, there are two old fogies that would... that I would revenge or anger ship. It would be those two. I saw this weird thing, because I'm not part of the Lies of Peace subreddit or anything, but I'm constantly searching for things to use in thumbnails, and I saw this weird picture of Geppetto, you know, drawn all cute, spanking Pinocchio, and he has like this most winningest expression on his face. And I'm sitting here thinking, what sick, messed up person do you have to be to draw child spanking, and to do so where Geppetto was wearing this big cheese-eating grin or smile? It's awful. So we got the clown. That's what's lying up at the top of this hill, is the clown. And you think for the amount of peril they would put you through. You have your... Oh, these are flamethrowers, that's right. I'm really fearful about this clown, but can at least take care of the puppets I think I can take care of. Yep, here he comes. Come on. Even the grindstone was not enough. This guy, he's literally clowning on me. Well, let's go grab the wish stones and or grab some wish stones and then make go through the shortcut. That's going to work out a lot better for us in the long term than constantly going through like only to go to Clown Avenue and get kicked on, spit on. I do want to thank everyone for being here with me. In the interest of posterity, and, you know, given that I had to take a couple of breaks toward the end without actually going to a proper transition, I'm going to forgo the breaks for the rest of the stream. I just think that's fair.
Stalker, please.
But in lieu of that, I will thank everybody for being here with me. It really means the world to me that people are either hanging out in chat or, you know, have gone on to do their own thing or hung out for any length of time that they did spend here. I'm really thankful for that. Do we have the quartz? Yeah, let's go ahead and spend that. We have to get our death ergo back before going over to the Trinity Sanctum anyway in the cathedral. Now, what out of this do I actually want? Let's go for the Legion magazine effect enhancement. I always have to remember I have to escape twice to get out of that menu. Now, we're gonna have to run a test and see how much additional Legion is being used, because if we have a 3 and a 2 effect, I want to say they do stack.
I'll use my power to...
I'm happy that you'll be using your power to help. Oh, were we supposed to have talked to Vanini during this?
I always no one. At the house of Vanini.
No?
I know my way around.
Think we're good. Okay, let's let's go back to the entrance. And for those who are like, where are we going to find this rare ruby of the heavens? Well, if you go back to the episode in which we go through the Vanini arcade, which is right before the grand exhibition, it's in one of the wine cellars. If you need to know where that little piece of quest item is. Yeah, I had to point that away or else get in a whole bunch of trouble. Now, okay, that shortcut is over there. Good. I'm not a puppet, I'm a ballerina. I'm not a baby, I'm a tumor. What a Hellboy classic. I have not watched Hellboy that much, but I have watched enough to know that at least that line from the movie. I've never been a Hellboy fan, though. Although Hellboy is at least leagues better compared to the some of the other, you know, film franchises of that era. At least the original. I don't know about some of the others. I definitely felt like I was getting a flashback right into the 90s. I was born in the 90s, so really I grew up, like, my personality more or less got shaped by what happened during the 2000s. Stop. Careful. Really? Okay, that's better. It's like a third. We basically get a third. Alright, I guess we're gonna be not doing that. Alright. Oh, he had a follow-up. Of course he did. Stop having random follow-ups at weird points. Yep, that happened. Okay, so what I'm learning is that the grindstone is not something I want to use here. Because we're just going to end up... I'm just going to end up getting... like, if I counterattack at all while the grindstone's effects are up, it's just not going to work out well for me. I'm sorry? Under what circumstances did I say you could bungle that, little Pinocchio? We'll go ahead and get those consumables off our hotbar. I don't want to make the mistake of accidentally popping one. Don't worry, it did take us a while to get rid of the mad clown puppet. Probably have to... Nope. Alright, let's try that again. There. And then what I'll do is like try to dodge him somehow and then put on the abrasive and try to go to town that way. Yep, come this way, right this way, right this way. Run. I forget that they always have those ginormous follow-ups. Back it up. Get ready to use an abrasive. Stop. Yeah, oh my god. I hate this thing. I may need to use a faster weapon to deal with him. I mean, it's my fault, right? Like, I charged into him knowing full well I was just gonna have to not capitalize on the stagger and all that other fun jazz, but look, I'm not using a weapon that is geared and statted for me. Under what circumstance could I tell you to bungle that, Pinocchio? HE double hockey sticks. Oh, fiddlesticks. I don't know. Insert whatever, you know, Jiminy Cricket-ism you would like. I can't believe... also, calling lies whoppers is like a new one for me. Because I'm not used to, I'm not used to whoppers being referred, like, I'm not used to whoppers as an adjective or some other kind of descriptive word. I'm used to them as a proper noun. You know, like the malt ball candies, or malt ball chocolates. Those are our whoppers. Not that I like them. They're okay, I guess, but they're never made right. I should say that. You can never get a box of them with, like, consistent... Gotta remember that Tweedledee and Tweedledum come out from torching the puppets, torching the puppet refuse pile. Come on, come this way. Right this way. You running? Wow. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. And there is one further up the street. We might be able to get him too. Nah, I didn't think so. Nope. Gotta wait for the mad clown now. How many abrasives do we have? 2? Oh, we're gonna run out. We gotta get him, like, now. We may need to switch so that we can do that. Come on. Show me you mean business. That is not what I wanted to do. I really gotta remember to be using my, I just think this guy gets my jimmies enough. Nope, that was a bad time to attack. Run. Alright, now I gotcha. No, I didn't get him. Because he got rid of his, There we go. Yep. I can't win with this guy. I can't win. Yuck. Gross. Yeah, I need to switch to the spear. I'm not going to be able to handle him with this two-hander. I don't have the skill for it. I will fully admit to having skill issues. Get good. Just that's all there is to it. I'm in New Game Plus, and there is no reason to be dying to a mad clown puppet at all. Actually, I think I can do it, but I really do need to just actually use my Fable to withstand the attacks that are coming. That just requires reaction on my part. I'm being a baby, is what it really boils down to. See, already we have charged up our Fable at least a little bit by doing this, and we get some every time we do use a pulse cell. We don't want to be using it for strictly charging Fable, but we can do that if we prefer. Wait. Nope. That's bad. Yep. Very bad. We wait. You gonna go back? Predictable. Come on. Aim properly. There we go. Got him. Come on, Sir Clown Puppet. It would be a shame to not use our resources. Let's go. Oh, it must have worn off. Yeah, I know what happened. Nah, that stops. You're not beating me today, Sir Clown. Enough. At least he gives you a quartz. Oh my bloody god, he at least gives you something of value. But I do question whether or not the quartz was ever worth it in the first place. Nice. Oh, we need to get behind cover really quick. Thank you. Lies of P is just... It's got its low points, too. The Mad Clown puppet I would, at least for me, as a low point. But, you know, if they didn't make one of the... I'm happy they didn't turn one of the puppet babies into a boss. That would have been outright horrible. Just so many flailing attacks all over the place, with no ability to really predict which one it's going to use when. Right, and then here we meet Camille for the very first time again. You know, I think Camille might have been the reason. I wonder how early on, you know, Camille died during Carlo's lifetime, before he got taken by the petrification disease. Because Camille was the first to go. I could definitely see how grief like that, losing his wife and then his son, would really push a man to his boiling points. And if you had the means to resurrect them, you know, I can't imagine everybody would say no to necromancy. What if you don't have any religious or spiritual inclinations against those things? And what if the results of your experiments were kind of like dealing with a real living being? Absolutely wild. Go ahead and level up here. Oh, okay. Let's put... Oh, if only I could take... If only I had known about the technique. Let's take a look at our overall technique scalings. Yeah, sure enough. I want to say it's just outright scaling better with... No, the scaling is tied to the weapon level, or yeah, the weapon upgrade level, specifically the blade upgrade. Might as well spend those levels in advance. Get elemental resistances. Increase our attack power. Before we continue, let's go back to the library and grab the Trinity Sanctum quartz that's right there. I know where it is, too. We just gotta find it. Now, one of the things that we didn't do, and this is just for anybody who's listening at all, is we never actually met the actress Adelina. You know, the white lady kept mentioning her by name about her sister and always matching, but we never actually talked to her. It's like one of my biggest mistakes, along with the Frozen Feast of all time. It would have been nice not to have to worry about the Frozen Feast, but in a 100% playthrough, you're going to get it. You're going to get that stuff either way. So really, it's just a matter of It's just a matter of when, right? But it would have been nice to get all the story relevant stuff in the first playthrough, and then I could have sort of maybe skipped a lot. And only, well, actually that's not even true. And I don't think you lie to Adelina either. It's a item retrieval quest. As far as I remember or understand, it was item retrieval. Let me see if I remember how we got there. It was like up here, right? No, it's not really it either, is it? Or maybe it is. Hold on, I need to find out. Because you head down to unlock the shortcuts. Yeah, I think we make this drop here. Goodbye. Wow. Unfortunate. And the posture break is enough. Yeah, it's this passage here. We have an opportunity to climb up a place that was loading these electrically charged pinballs. Yeah, it's this right here. I very nearly died again. I'm surprised we still get the Trinity keys. I mean, I'm floored by that you can still get the Trinity keys. You just take pain for it. I think I commented on that earlier. Even a noble cleric will curse God if he plucks out his fingernails. Just give me the quartz. Never mind, it is a full moonstone. This was not a quartz. We didn't even need to come here again. I guess I won't say no to a full moonstone. We can upgrade yet another weapon at least. In a moment, I might have to turn on the, turn off the nighttime mode for the computer, as it'll make everything orange. It's a setting that reduces the blue light that's emitted by computer screens. The Opera House. This is where we learn about Geppetto's little experiment on Romeo. Who is a childhood friend of Carlo's, and they became almost like brothers when Geppetto's neglect kind of reached its high point. You know, Carlo wouldn't have hated his dad if he had just attended the graduation. The relationship wouldn't have been great, but he wouldn't have outright hated his dad. He would have just heavily disliked him. Actually, I don't even know how true that is. neglect is kind of a really insidious crime. It's the kind of thing that over time really wells up into resentment. Other types of crimes are equally bad, don't get me wrong, but there's something especially disarmingly evil about purposeful neglect. Oh, right, these things are on puppet strings. Okay, we need to figure out what else to do. Okay, these guys are not, they don't really build up a bunch of disruption enough to kill you. You're gonna die from the damage more often than you're going to die from anything else. And they apparently have godlike poise. I am playing really sloppily. Stop. Yeah, these things have a lot of poise. Like, you're not staggering them with a heavy weapon. Or anything here for that matter. And I can actually, I showed you guys this when we were, you know, in the first, set of the first playthrough for this. We came back and I showed you, you know, Adelina's corpse. And I owned my failure because I hadn't explored properly, and it really bit us in the butt. So this time I could actually show you guys what happens when you meet her when you're supposed to. Dang it. Okay, got him. Ha! Does the singing lady not have enough poise? Goodbye. So, did Romeo produce these monstrosities with the factory, or were these puppets the kind of thing that were not really shown from the waist down in the Crotts theaters? I'm really curious about this. You don't really get a whole lot of information about these puppets. They're really creepy, too. I mean, it checks out that they are the way they are. Not only is it an opera house, but Romeo and Juliet was a play. It was a play written by Shakespeare. So there's some kind of real world allegory that you could make between this setting and these enemies and like the real world. At least it's a very loose allegory. I wouldn't call it anything strikingly amazing, but it is a loose allegory. Look, all these dupes are nice for selling. Oh, hello, Helga. I think that's game over. I want to say there's a mod out there that makes these last either infinite or a long time. One of those two things. The Witch's Tower and Princess. Adelina Corday. Estelle Opera House. Yeah, I wonder if the White Lady was a redhead as well. They were sisters after all. Look, she even had a statue in her honor. Go ahead and open this lovely little shortcut. We're not done exploring, of course, but I want to show you. I think it's this passageway right here. No, it's not. I think I know what it is. So we come out here. And we come up this. I think that door was in fact just a shortcut and wasn't anything truly significant. So, because if you come round, I think you can get to where Miss Adelina is. Okay, I gotta be careful. The disruption's over half. Yeah, it's through these doors. So we come over, we head to the right first, because there's just a chest here. The disruption cartridges seem like a novelty here, but trust me, when you actually get to the Arch Abbey, you're gonna want a disruption. Well, hey there, lady.
Oh, who are you? You're not a puppet. Are you here to listen to my music? I can't sing anymore. This petrification disease took away my songs. Riddles. I was fooled by him. He said this place was a shelter. Patricia, I'm so sorry. Oh, Patricia, I'm so sorry.
I'm parched. Just a taste of fruit. Oh, thank you. Oh, this is the sweetest apple I've ever had. I can't stop death from taking me, but I have enough strength to confess my sins. Can you listen to my last confession? Patricia, I coveted your voice. If I can't match it, then even if I have to break you, Adelina Corday must have it all. I know it's wrong, but still, I love you. I know it's wrong, but still, I love you.
So what exactly did you do? What did you do? Like, how did you break her, Patricia, to get her voice? Like, and do we now think the white lady's name was Patricia? Beautiful name, by the way. What if the roles were reversed? What if the white lady was really the opera singer? And Patricia was... Well, I mean, we knew she was an actress. She just didn't have a singing voice. That's totally fine. Do you know how many actors in Hollywood get a singing double? If you work on any Disney film ever and you can't sing, they will get a double. Now, of course, the caveat is, and we know this from multiple interviews, that they totally expect you to be able to sing at least a little. As referenced, again, by my watching of the 2020... Ow. Bit my own tongue. The 2022 rendition of Pinocchio by Disney. There's musicals. Most of the time, I would say they're more like... You could tell which actors could and couldn't sing. Really, that's really about all I have to say about that. You also know who could pull enough weight to not have to really sing. It's impressive. Usually Disney makes people sing. Again, there are interviews by Emma Watson and company that sort of show that people kind of need to learn how to sing. That I'm referring, of course, to the Beauty and the Beast live action, where they go outright. Just about everyone had a singing number, and of course, Disney would later come out and put out a not a record label. That's the wrong way to phrase it, but I want to say they did release an official soundtrack for the live action, and in that official soundtrack, they I think what I want to do here is actually drop down, because we're not ready to fight Romeo in this state. Absolutely not. Wait, there was a Trinity key here? What? Did we ever... Oh my god. Did I never come back to this? Wow, I really messed up New Game. Like, utterly, completely, just truly messed it up. I definitely did not explore this place thoroughly whatsoever. Nope. Oh, okay, if you guys want to line up, be my guest. Quartz. The incredible Vanini collection. Never mind. Something equally worthwhile, no matter what new game playthrough. Imagine like a new game plus 5 or something. The collection will kind of be not worth your time to get. I wonder how far out that rabbit hole goes, though. Like, how many new games that they account for when thinking about the items and placement and stuff. Here, we're going to go ahead and use an abrasive. Because I know Olga, Helga's twin sister, is up there right now. Yeah, that's right. The second floor has the access to one of Geppetto's old labs. Wait. There. What a brutal spine breaker. Nope. You guys must have taken singing lessons from Ball or Bale in Bayonetta 3. That's gotta be what happens. Bayonetta 3 is another game I would love to bring to you guys at some point. We've played Bayonetta 2 on the channel. I even did a game giveaway for it. A single copy, in fact. And Bayonetta 2 was very fun to play through. The only thing we didn't actually do was fight Rodin. Which was, you needed 1,000,000 halos or something for that. That it? That everything? Yeah, we just head down now and, oh, right, we actually... No, we walk across this. Yeah, that's what's happening. We get this here. Okay. And dead. I was an idiot there. I deserve this. I should have just let the butterfly go. We don't actually get anything for trouble for for getting that butterfly. Just more materials. And we don't even get any ergo for our trouble. I should have just let that butterfly go. Because it's set there purposefully to trap you. Nice. Go ahead and drop down and head the appropriate direction. I could have swore I remembered, you know, visiting all the Trinity Sanctums. Hey there. Welcome back, the real Earl of Earth. How are you doing? Cat was getting zoomies again? Ah, no problem. We're coming up toward the end of the stream now, actually. There's one thing I'm gonna do. And we'll probably try to defeat Romeo in one go, and then after that it'll be time to end things for the evening. This is the part where my grindstone proves to be a complete waste of time. Okay, we got at least one attack in. Good. Or one block in. I trust the cat as well in other respects. Okay, I need to pay really close attention right now. And it's up here on the second floor. Let's just run past the Arachne, the lady puppet. What I'm gonna have a tough time figuring out is when exactly I want to shoot the shot. The best boss in this game has to be Romeo Puppet King. I actually agree with that assessment. He's a really good midway boss. He puts your skills to the test without being extremely overbearing. And the Romeo even has the distinct gimmick of teaching you what attacks not to guard. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. By far. Like, he's not the pinnacle boss, but he's a very good mentor. I would say the Scrapped Watchman is also kind of a good mentor boss, but if you have to know, like, this is the boss I need to have my A game on, it's Romeo and no other person. How are we in terms of level ups? 16, 32, 48. So yeah, if we have 4,000 or like 5,000 hard ergo, we can probably do this. Yes, we do in fact have 5. How did you, well, you mentioned that it was the best boss. Was Romeo a boss you spent tons of time on, or was it one of those, it was beautiful, but it wasn't that difficult for you? Just out of curiosity. Let's go ahead and level up. Maybe I want 2 more points of stamina here. Second one. Nice, but you were able to get him in one go. That's good. I definitely struggle with bosses, I think, a bit more on average. Alright. Here we want Electric Blitz. So let's get that weapon in order. We probably want... Worst boss is either the priest guy that's under the chapel. Oh, Andreas. He's all right. Andreas is, really, the first phase is stick to the back. Like, nearly 3 phases in the weapon from him isn't very good. Yeah, I would agree. The spear is awful. The amulet I think you get from him is a lot better. than that. Like, if you have a technique build, it can be worth getting in building up the attack frequency required. I may be thinking of a different boss here. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Nope, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Oh, it's the Nameless One's amulet. It's also good. I use it a great deal. It's saved my butt once or twice. Now, I want to say phase 2 is going to be where the special grindstone gets to come into play here. You mentioned that there were 2 bosses that comprised, the worst boss category. So is it both forms of Andreas, or where's the second one there? If you don't mind my asking. Might as well wait before I step in. Because Romeo can be a little bit involved. And while I'm waiting, since it's already 4 hours in, I will go ahead and thank everybody for hanging out here with me. I should at least do that before we get the one and done attempt in. I really appreciate the company. It means a lot. For those of you on YouTube, I'm gonna, gently remind you to check the description underneath the video. All the stuff that you could know or need to know is in there. And worst case scenario, you can always go to my main channel that has the Linktree link in it, and you can access anything from there. It's probably the second phase because he acts like an Elden Ring DLC boss. Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that. The Andreas's front side becomes very difficult to block. Like, I have not actually tried to block Andreas. I usually just go to the back. I just stick to the back side, even if it's not his weak point anymore. I would rather not deal with scythe swings. And I would say Simon Manus also falls into that category of acting like an Elden Ring DLC boss. There are just so many bloody projectiles. And ones that I can't really... Unlike Lysacia, where her projectiles I can parry for some kind of effect, here, when I'm talking about Simon, you just parry them to avoid taking the disruption. You were better off running away from them anyway, or like strafing around so that you're not getting hit by the projectiles. Simon is okay. He's piece work, but the boss fight's okay. Phase 1 is the better version of the fight, the better phase for that fight. Now, for those of you on Twitch, I'll repeat what I said, except I will also say, instead of it being directly below the video, there are panels below the video. Feel free to click on those. I have lots of documentation that I've prepared over the years for how things work on this stream, including the various discords and resources and stuff. Feel free to check those out. Not forcing anyone, just pointing out that the stuff is there. Let's open some doors and see if we get butt whipped by Romeo. We probably are, at least once. If the mad clown puppet was any indication. Gonna skip this because we've seen it before. Pity we have to meet like this, though. Right, I'm being reckless. Yes, please spam this attack. One other really nice thing about Romeo is that he gives you plenty of time to react to things. It's not like Simon where, you know, or Lasacia where you kind of have to anticipate things. Okay, that's phase 1.
I have to kill you to stop it all. There's no other way.
Ah, his voice comes in nice and clear, too. That's really nice. Alright, get ready. Oh, hello. I'm sorry, did the stage just block me there? Okay. Sure, game. Yep, that's fine. I'm gonna give it one more try. I think I can do. I mean, it's way better than the number of attempts it took us during the first playthrough. Holy Lord, I definitely could have done a lot better. That first phase was especially sloppy. This is what happens when you get confident with your gameplay. That's always how it is too with Souls-likes in general, is that you get confident, you know what you think you know what you're doing, and that if you push just a little bit more, you'll manage to make it through. And I even had the grindstone ready and never used it. Yep. Run. Get out of there. Okay. Good. Okay, that was especially sloppy. Hot damn, I am trash at this fight. Wow. That's fine. We're ending all this destruction. The real enemy is ... I got crushed for trying to push back past my... That's not true. I didn't get crushed because of any reason other than skill issue. Let's try this again. I would like to not have to come back and spend however long it's gonna take to put Romeo in the bin again. I'd rather just get it right the first time. I think one of my issues is I just straight up have more stamina. So I'm a little bit more cocky with the attacks I think I can get away with, and it shows. Damn it. I should have used my Fable art through that. Oh, you use this attack, do you? Sure. That's fine. This isn't the boss that demands that I don't use any cells during the first phase. I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just stuck to the plan. Wow, I am being punished hard for my misplays. Yuck, gross. I need to do this for my honor. I need to do this for my reputation, which is already in the gutter to start with, but I can't be allowing Romeo to clown me during this fight. We didn't clown him either, but... Wait. Yep, right there. I need to do this for myself. And you guys, too. Wait. I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to stop. I need to stop. Nope, my honor is not worth this. Not that I had any to start with, but... Nope, I'm being punished. I mean, it's a skill issue, right? But sometimes you just gotta know when to fold and come back tomorrow. I guess we're gonna be... now I feel... Damn it! Romeo's a hard boss, guys. Let's not kid ourselves. I'm gonna give this one more bloody attempt, and I gotta be extra focused. I'm determined to not let Romeo make a mockery of me. I don't want to be a character in his screenwrite play any longer. And I truly do mean that. I think when I see that attack, I need to make sure I've got my Fable art ready. Okay, I cannot see him when he's doing this. Alright, back up. Probably not quite far enough. Yep, that's the exact one I'm talking about. I'm gonna push through now. I was waiting for an attack. Yeah. I'm gonna try this a few more. The one more time keeps turning into a few more times, and I keep making the same bloody mistake of just not... It's my arrogance. It's not even pride, it's arrogance. Romeo is a hard fight. He is extremely difficult. I'm saying this in the hopes of like trying to get my brain to maybe relax just a tiny bit. I'm probably not going to. I'm gonna make comical errors until I come back to it tomorrow. Guaranteed. I know how my brain works. I'm just not in the mood to listen right now. I probably need to actually back up so that I can see what he's doing. Oh, I especially don't like when you do that. Nope. We wait. We wait even more. Yeah, that's also one of the attacks I gotta have my Fable art ready for. That has such reach. Yeah, I'm done. I need to be done. I keep making mistakes. I really need, when I start doing this, I would love for a person to slap some sense into me and say, you know how your performance anxiety acts up, bud. You really need to stop doing that and just end the stream for tonight. I really need someone to do that sometimes. We're gonna go turn in some stuff and then we're gonna call it for tonight. It sucks that I have to essentially come back and spend probably No, that's too generous. I basically should expect to spend the whole stream tomorrow working on it. My brain is melting down in real time, guaranteed. I think the metacognition of being aware that something is going wrong with my brain in real time makes it worse. Because I'm already thinking about trying to mitigate the public appearance of how that must look. It's mentally agonizing. Try again tomorrow. That's really all there is left. I've resigned myself to that now. And besides, hello, Pulcinella. Mm-hmm, thank you. We've got the Belford liner, which it's the Lotta Spaced liner. There's nothing that'll top that. No, we have the Cryptic Vessel to decode as well.
I always will. No trouble at all. There, if you ever need me to help you
And then I guess next time we will go and gather that stuff up. It should just be the owl costume again, but you never know if whenever they're going to replace something with quartz. Let's hook up the electric chair. And for our ability type, what do we actually want here? Oh, there are lots I could put in here. Lower charge attack, stamina consumption. Yeah, let's go for that. We might feel that effect almost immediately. So now we actually have this second Legion arm, or third weapon. I'm sorry. Why did I say... My brain is garbled. It is so garbled, it's not funny. How much more... Let's see, what if we put in this one? If we had exactly a spear, that helps us out tremendously and keeps us underweight. Well, I think that's going to do it. For those of you on YouTube, thanks for sticking around as long as you did. Thank anyone for sticking around as long as they did. I'm sorry, I wanted to bring you guys a Romeo kill. I really wanted to do it, and things were going well, but I think once I became aware of my own shortcomings, it was one of those, I was only ever going to screw up eventually, and the screw-ups started happening. When I start pushing beyond what my limits are, and just not going to do something else to clear the performance anxiety, I need to stop. Now, I think in the interest of not staying up super late, and there aren't that many people on that I could even point you to at this juncture, and I think what I'm starting to realize is pointing... Oh, God, I just can't anymore. I'm just... My mind is fixating on this kill. I want it badly. So I'm going to cut the stream before I'm going to physically stop myself before things get worse. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Call me whatever would make you feel more comfortable. Whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or other mediums from which you're viewing this video, I'm not embedding videos, just... Or going out of my way to embed anything. But if people happen to be watching through a friend's screen or something, I'd like to address that too. Thank you for hanging out with me. Stay safe, my senators and inductees. And with that, take care of yourselves, and goodbye.